All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Chuck for Options. We are starting off today, 9/23/2025. Good morning, good trading. I hope everyone had a good day yesterday. Yesterday was amazing. We hit some really good contracts. The highest I seen was a 1300 percenter, and then the other ones, of course, fell into place. A 850 percenter, uh a 450 percenter. It was truly a amazing day yesterday. It was absolutely fantastic. So I hope you were here, and I hope you caught some of those gains because it was nice. I posted everything. I kept everything up for everyone so you can take a look at it. These are the notes right here for yesterday. So I'm gonna wait for the 9:15 time frame to come through so people can come in, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But at 9:15 I will be back. All right, here we go. All right, welcome back, everyone. I came in a little bit early. I wanted to make sure everything was good at 9:12. Again, welcome to Chuck for Options. This is your daily journal. You know, I figure since I trade every day, I might as well, share that experience, and I can actually have myself uh, an actual journal. I have a digital journal, and it's also I have a physical journal with me as well. Let's break this puppy out right now because we're going to start going over key levels and everything in a second, and we want to start filling out our, I want to say, the base of our notes. All right, so let's get ready to trade. We can take this off. We can take this off. I could have kept that up. Take this down. All right. So let's go over yesterday. Yesterday, 9:22. Let's put this full screen. 9:22. Trading the SPY. We had Fed speakers speaking yesterday. 9:45. There was a total nothing burger. This is what's on the docket for today. But let's go over yesterday. Yesterday we hit pre-market levels 663.34. Low 661.37. Our high is actually our high of day is over here. It was pretty much this 667. No, here we go, right here. I already have it. This is 667.29. All right, so we finished that out. Our close. Again, this is easy information. You can go right over to Weeble, get our closing number. I'm guessing it's right here, 84. 84. Where are we? Right here. 84. Like, well, what 84? What the heck? I'm having a moment. I'm sorry. 666. All sixes. Ooh. Where are we? Right here. 666. 84. Okay, boom. Here go our contracts that were massive winners yesterday. The 664s, I played those contracts personally. I had these other two on my watch list. I had some other contracts I was messing with yesterday too. With I played some grab, some Tesla, stuff like that. Well, that was an old grab. That was an old grab option that I had before, but I didn't put those down there. Maybe I'll start putting it. I just don't want to divert the attention of what we're actually doing and what our actual focus is. So I try not to put too much because I don't want people to start thinking, just start looking everywhere for whatever play. We're gonna look for opportunities, but for the most part, we're gonna stay grounded. So let's get our information down right here. All right, so let's start out with the date, of course. We're trading the SPY. All right, I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna can we undo the undo? Nope. All right. 923. The SPY. Oops. Paste. Okay. Not that. That is an alarm. I like alarms. All right. We're gonna clean this up a little bit. A lot, actually. Boom. Clean this up. Bang. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of this because this is today. We still got the Fed members at 9 and 10. That will happen. Bond auction at 1. Trump at 9:50. PMI's at 9:45. All right, we're not really looking for any type of SMA thing right now. So we want to go back. Now we're looking for our pre. All right, so let's get our pre. All right, we know we need a high, a low. Let's skip because we're going to need our high and low right here. And then open and close. High, low, skip, open, close. Shortly after that, we're going to have our watched contracts, okay? So I'm going to pull up those levels and everything that I have. If you have any levels that you would want to share, please put them up in chat because, it's important, All right, watch contracts. Okay. All right, so we're going to start filling this stuff out shortly. When I learn how to spell, that's when we will begin. All right, SPY. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's take a look at my notes here. No, this is PMI, not PCE. PMI, PCE. All right, let me take this off. Let me put this back. Actually, all right. So as the day goes on, we're going to fill this out. All right, 9:23. We have our events, essentially. Our events. We have our pre-market. I do have pre-market levels. I'm going to put those out there for you right now. It's 9:22, so we want to stay vigilant of what time it is. All right, so we have our pre-market levels. Ah, here they go, right here. I'm like, I know I just wrote them down. All right, so we actually had a high pre-market of 667.18. All right, and then we had our a low. Now I don't necessarily know if these if one or both change over like the last little bit. This is actually 20. Those things matter. You don't want to get too. You don't want to be too far off from that. Um, that's probably good. That's probably good. Right here too. We can. Nope. We want that definitely. Okay, so this is a good separation right here. Anything else we can put in, we can easily just tack in as we need it. All right, 9:24. All right, so we have the base of our notes pretty much finished and complete. Let's look for some news. Let me see if I can find some news. Maybe something we can put up. Let's see what Bloomberg or someone is talking about, so we can stay locked in. It's good to stay locked in, know what's going on. All right. No, no. Kimmel returns. That's big, right? What are you talking about? All right, so right now I'm trying to fish for some news and everything. I really can't find any. Let me go to Bloomberg. Let me ask Bloomberg. That's I go to type in. Oh, you know what? Levels. Where's our futures? Right here. All right. Let's see where we are over here. It's not bad. It's this. We got a little bit of red right here. Expect we're gonna have a little bit of volatility in the morning. It's gonna be kind of crazy. All right, and here is today's map. Here, I guess I can put this on. Wait, no, but they're not talking about anything fun. She's pretty, but they're not talking about. Um, no, no, I can't find any news. Sheesh. All right, so we hitting our times and everything. Well, we already went over the economic calendar. You can find this economic calendar at investing.com and then go into the economic calendar section. And this is, just free information. This is so you can know what's going on economically. If there's like any events or anything that you may want to be wary of. So that's always good. And then, of course, follow the ES. The ES is essentially the futures market of the SPY. So you want to keep an eye out on this. You can go to tradingview.com. You can come here, go for the ES. I like to look at the 1 minute and check that out. All right. We're gonna probably keep this up right there. Let's bring our screens back up. We don't want that guy. We want to put our notes over there. All right, so we're going to shuffle between these three screens right here. Boom. 1, 2, 3. This is where we're going to go a lot of times. All right, so we have everything set up over there. Once again, good morning, everyone. If you're here, thank you. I appreciate it if you are. Now, every day I'm going to be here regardless if you are here or not, you know. Have some other information too. Because it's important to, if you're going to trade, if you're going to be a trader, you have to stay up on trading. All right, Costco is Thursday. That's going to be a market mover. High potential to be a market mover at least. And then there's also another place for earnings. This is Costco earnings. All right, Costco earnings. There's another one, like I think it's like Macron or Micron, something like that. They are also on that day. All right, let's bring this puppy up. If you need the WIS name at all, definitely just let me know. What time is it? 29. It's almost that time, guys. All right. It's market's open. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Market is open. The stock market is open. Oh, that's like the first day. Like I didn't have anyone like bring me into the freaking stock market. That sucks. All right, we got a little drop with the S&P. There's still some other levels that I have to go over. I didn't have time to. So as I get better with streaming and the format in which I want to really follow and do, then we will, follow suit. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. I'm open to everything. This is new. This is new to me. And I want to do something different in the sense of we're going to take it real slow today. Grab is putting on a big bid. Damn, I'm trying to get some of this grab. I can't grab no grab, especially for the price that I got it for. Just how they say, we need to focus. All right, so I already have some positions that I've been waiting for, but today's going to be a really long day, so I wouldn't recommend doing anything crazy, like at all. But I do have a position out on grab. I will admit that. All right, let's check out our levels. We're going to go to SPY. This is what our SPY looks like. All right, so we actually have a bid on SPY. We just opened up, so we really don't know. We have so much going on. We have on the economic calendar, we have some Trump and we have Powell. I mean, it's a lot going on. Here go the UVIX. If you don't know the levels, what these charts are, the UVIX follows the SPY inversely. So when you see this green, this is going to be red. The VIX, this is our fear index, as in fear of the market. So you'll see, did we gap up or gap down? This is a minor gap down, but they're looking to fill the gap right there. The gap's being filled currently. No, that gap is full. Gap is full. All right, so those guys are all red. Interesting. Of course, these guys are a little bit deeper red, but we can see that's some deep red over there on the UVIX. All right, let's see where we go. Let's see where we go. Oh, just check out the levels. That's what I went in here for. All right, so I have a couple predated things. There we go. The 69. It was down 19. Now it's down more. Yeah. So we have the 69. Oh, there's another 69 to 670. It was at 17. Now it's down 11. It was at 31. Now it's 25. So that's some value. So they're actually not even gaining any value on those contracts right there. All right. So what I'm looking at, I have my watch contracts and I took a note of them pre-market overnight, and the contracts lost value and they were positive, and now they're negative. And I'm looking over here at the puts. Let's look at these prices. So these gained a little bit, of course, because because my calls, they're a little bit down. So my puts a little bit higher over there. So those positions are a little bit different. So I believe it's really good to take a look at stuff like that, because then you can see where the flows are. Speaking of flow, when you have the UVIX and the VIX trading in the same direction, look for monster moves in the opposite direction. So that's why it doesn't pay being a bull or a bear. All right. We got an outlier there. We got a beak wetter there. All right. Let's see what happened. Oh, look at that big red guy. All right. Right now, we're just waiting for. Now, look at the inverseness over here on the UVIX, VIX, and the SPY. These are all one. So up here, top left on the SPY, this is 1 minute. UVIX on the top right, that's 1 minute. I'm sorry, SPY top left. Bottom right, VIX, this is 1 minute. Bottom left, SPY, this is 5 minute. This is our direction. I'm sorry, confirmation. Confirmation. right here. So so it's 9:37 right now. We still have until 9:45 for whom? What's that 9:45? I think that's PMI. 9:45 PMI. All right, so we're looking for that PMI right there. Um oh, I have another screen too, but it's experimental and I don't necessarily want to um I don't want to expose it too much because I don't know if it's good or not. All right, we don't want that one. You can stay there. Right here. Boom. So I want to take a look at. Oh, I wish I can change this background. They need a dark mode for this. They definitely need a dark mode. All right, let's look at these price changes. Grab, look at that one. That one's up a lot. Okay, so this is where I can go shopping from right here. Awesome. I like it. Putting everything I want right here. This, I want that. I want this. Let's pick up a couple of these. Yeah, let's pick up a couple of those. Huh. Nope. I want this. All right, look at the VIX. Look at that fear. That's fear index right there. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Look at that. That's crazy. Crazy. All right, we got a pre-market. 6620. All right, so 6702. Did we hit a low? 6662. So we went towards the pre-market low, 6620 a little bit. So that's something. It's not much. But you don't have to, I think, necessarily hit it like boom, like dead on the head, you know? So I'm not going to be too critical when it comes to that. So we could have filled and now we're going. Um, there we go. All right, we want this. All right, so we have everything right there. So we can still look at everything that's going on. Plug is killing it right now. Are you kidding me? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, we're seeing some red candles right now. Robinhood hit 127. That's huge. We're getting PMI in 3 minutes. That's going to be really huge. I take that. I like that. You know, that's good right there. I'm happy with that. All right, we just gotta wait. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a long day. I think today's gonna be a really long day. So definitely strap yourself in because it's going to be a long day. You know, like if you're a trader, you know, and one thing I've learned is that you have to be patient and you have to wait. If you don't wait and if you are not patient, then you're gonna miss the move and you're gonna be pissed. Look at that SPY chart. Look at that SPY chart. You know, you got to be patient. You know, we don't want to jump in like immediately. You know, because they can just be spacing everything out for you. Hmm. Report Friday, Costco, Powell got up and it's actually down. PMI. Here's our PMI data right here. PMI good. That's Micron. All right, let me see if I can put this on for you. Uh, I think we have some Bloomberg news. Let's go news channel.
You can also look at high-capacity solid-state drives,
You got it.
high-capacity
Nice.
DIMMs, which are also important for AI infrastructure build-outs.
All right, so
The
it's
demand for
talking
all
about
that is very
Micron.
strong. That's
Micron
what's really driving the pricing
is
increases that we're seeing across memory because it's constraining supply of traditional
when is
memory
Micron
products.
dropping? I
So,
think it's
I mean, you
Friday
could
after
call
the
it a
bell.
secondary trade if you want, but ultimately speaking, it's still very much a part of this AI infrastructure build-out.
What do you think about the parallels between this AI build out and the web build
I
out
think
that
it's
we saw
Micron.
in the
It's
late
Micron.
90s, early 2000s. I mean, one thing,
All
I was
right,
talking
so
to
I have to
Yuri and
put these
Timmer
levels down
from
too
Fidelity
for the watch
yesterday on
contracts
the
because
close,
that's
and I will be
huge.
anchoring the close again today.
Open
Always be
that. Let me get
plugging.
our
3 to 5 with
open.
Romain Bostic.
We open that
He was saying, like, look at
66673,
valuations, right? Micron is trading at 20 times expected earnings.
673.
If you look at the whole market, it's only 25 trailing. NVDA right
But
now
does
is only
anyone know when
trading at
Micron
40 times expected
report?
earnings. And that's the darling
That
of
would
this
help.
entire,
Hey,
AI
look at this
revolution.
consolidation on this one.
It's nothing compared to what we
You
saw
can
in
even see it right here on
2000.
the
And we'd
5.
also be seeing a lot more IPOs. We're not really
Where
seeing
we at? We're
bubble-ish
23.
indicators. Do you agree?
Sure. Well, so I think
23
sometimes I
right
don't
here.
always look at earnings power
Look
for
at this.
Micron specifically cycle to cycle. Obviously, in a current
Oh, you're
upcycle,
so
it's an
choppy,
important
Poppy.
indicator of anticipated excitement about the stock. But I look a lot at price to book because as Micron and other memory peers tend to burn cash in down cycles, and so it's better to look at how the balance sheet strength.
Wow, we
compared
so
to cycle
choppy,
to cycle.
Poppy.
So I sometimes look at that, and when we look at price to book on a trailing basis, it is actually trading
All
at a
right.
reasonable premium to
I won't lie. I am
its
looking
historical
at some
peaks.
grab. I'm looking
All
for
right,
some
Jake,
grab.
thank you so much for
There's
joining us.
nothing
We'll
really
get those
going on
earnings
right now.
after
We're
the
just
bell
waiting
today. Jake
for,
Silverman from
look,
Bloomberg
we have
Intelligence.
Trump
Coming
talking
up, we
at
are
10.
awaiting
We
President
have
Trump's
PMI
remarks before the UN
945.
General Assembly. We're going to head there
We
next to
have
catch up with
Powell at
Kendall. This is
12:35.
Bloomberg Open Interest.
There is a lot going on. All right, we're done here. Bang, bang. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Mike, look at that chop. Look at that chop. Chop City. All right, we can shut this off. What are you talking about over here? All right, so this is the General Assembly. I have the General Assembly on right now, but I don't think we want to. I mean, I'm boring. Me, I like boring stuff. Not even not even nerdy or geeky, because nerdy and geeky doesn't have to be boring. But I do like boring shit, and I know it's boring. But this is just General Assembly. I don't know what it's for, and I'm just people from all over the world and everything, but I like stuff like that, so I won't put it on though because I know it's probably ear retching to a lot of people, but that's important. But I do have it up. Trump's coming up on stage at 10 o'clock. We are at 9:51. I have it pulled up already, so only thing it is just a time thing. All right. Here we go. All right, let's put you here. And what do we want to look at right now? We want to look at you. I wonder if I can email Robinhood to see if we can get a different if we can get a dark mode for the screen. I'm on their website and it's all white backgrounds, and it's like, man. SPY. Look at those grab numbers. These grab numbers are really good. I think grab's going to be a good pickup. A really good pickup. What are we looking at? These are okay. These are these guys. These are good. So maybe take a look at this one. Let's see what this guy looks like. Okay, that's what I wanted. Let's just wait. Let's see what happens. We're gonna keep an eye on these little bits. So I guess we can probably update our notes a little bit. We got Apple going red. All right. Do we want a smoke break, or do we want to work? I guess we can work. I'm gonna do a little bit of work. All right. So I'm gonna include you on a little bit of my notes right here. These are like personal notes. So this is like a little bit of a newer style that I wanted to do, but all of this is all my style, all of my technique. And it's not bad. So we want to look at this chain. Let's take a look at this option chain. We get housing data in 5 minutes too. Watch contracts. We're looking at the 669. 669 call. Now pre-market it was 31 cents. It was up 19%. All right. So we're gonna look there and let's put up a put level. Let's put up a put level as well. Oops. Well, we know it's SPY. So we want to take a look at the 669. Well, that was the call. And we want to put the 664. 664p. 664. This is 59. And this was negative 72%. So as I am, as we go along and we're learning and everything, we're going to learn what works, what doesn't. I have a feeling that this is a worker. I like this. I don't think you can ever have like too much data, especially when it comes to we trade one thing. We trade the SPY. We want to put all of our attention to the SPY. So we want to make sure we can hit all the different angles and levels, and pay attention to all of that stuff. You know, like we got one job, one job. you know, uh, so what are we looking at here? We're looking at a triple top, double top, double top, higher low. Okay, all right. Uh, Double top, higher low. Okay. All right. Woo, woo. Whoa! How much are the 664s? Okay, okay. Whoa! They lost mad value, boy. What? What? Wait, what? Whoa! What a shift! You see, that's another thing too. Those numbers are so fake. Those some fake numbers. Look at these candlesticks. Well, just sideways consolidation. We're just waiting for Powell, pretty much. It's going to be a lot of sideways stuff. But it's cool. You can put your outliers out there. When you put your outliers out there within the range, I mean, they gave us our top, they gave us our bottom. Okay, okay. How much more information do you want? You got to figure this stuff out. Like, what? How much more information do you want? They're keeping us within the range. They gave us a range. They're keeping us within the range. We are a half an hour in. We are 6 sticks in on the 5 minute. 6 in. You're gonna see 3 red, 3 green. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? Am I talking shit? No, I'm right. You see? That's all they're doing. They're keeping us inbound in that range. I don't think anything's really gonna move until maybe Trump, definitely Powell. Maybe Trump, definitely Powell. That's my estimation. That's my estimation. We have the VIX going up. We have UVIX going up. Both of them going green. You know, VIX been going up past couple of weeks. Got to keep an eye on it. There's an actual place to find the index, like the fear index. I have to look for it. I have to look for it. Those grab contracts are pretty nice. You see, but you're not going to be able to see those contracts unless you're in the contract. When you see something get so negative and get so negative, you're gonna see you gotta actually physically look at the contracts. Like you gotta open up the app, open up the page, so you can physically see the flow and the motion of the contracts and like what they do and like how they move and everything. It's pretty incredible. And that's why I like to see all that macro data, micro data. All right. Do I deserve a smoke? I haven't smoked yet this morning. I think we are. We're not looking for anything. We have a couple trades out, just a couple beak wetters, placeholders. Excuse me, I'm sorry. This could be a bear trap or a bull trap. That was it right there. Givo, Microvision, Plug is killing it right now. Givo's at up 12.88%. MVIS 10.5%. Plug almost 10%, 9.8. UAVS. Oh, Trump's live.
I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time.
I'm sorry, I had to find the right video. I'm sorry.
4 years of term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. Into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year
Nope,
ago,
it wasn't that one.
was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration.
Did I just do that? I am so sorry. I did. I was all good too. I had it all.
We are rapidly reversing the economic
Are we back?
calamity
No.
we inherited from
I'll get it back.
the
I
previous
got it back.
administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation. Inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down,
All right, I messed up a little
and
bit.
inflation has been defeated.
I'll get it though.
The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion, and for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. They have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive
Is it me or is
ever
Trump
devised by
talking
man,
big shit?
of which the United
Can you hear me, by the
States,
way?
we know, has many. Just
Can you
as
hear
I
me?
did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region, and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran.
We're dropping. We're seeing some volatility right now.
Fight no longer. As
I like
everyone
spreads.
knows, I
Still
have
want to
also
see
been
lower.
deeply engaged in
Yeah, you can hear me
seeking
okay.
a ceasefire
I'm
in
using
Gaza.
Tasty
Have to
Trade.
get that done. Have to get it done.
Cash accounts. You can't do spreads.
Unfortunately,
No,
Hamas
same thing for
has
Robinhood. It's a
repeatedly
different level.
rejected reasonable offers
It's
to
a
make
different
peace.
level.
We can't forget October 7th, can we? now as if to encourage continued conflict. Some
All
of
right.
this
It
body
looks like
is
the
seeking
puts are
to
gaining some
unilaterally
breath.
recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate. Immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this.
You don't want to get back 2.
We want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to the city. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that.
Look at the
have
5.
to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way
What time
it
is it?
I like to
It's
speak my
31.
mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the
This is
threat
kind of important. This is an
of
important
dangerous
level.
weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons
On the
once
5.
and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous.
32.
To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and
He's using
it will also
buzzwords.
be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is. 'Cause
Nuclear
a lot of people are saying
war,
it could be
AI.
one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it could be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an
Stock
example of that.
market.
Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries
This is it.
and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I could call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed.
We're going lower.
Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed,
Shots
I
fired.
want to go to Sharia law. but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime, it's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. Let's see, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration.
Yo,
Once
Trump
we
is
started detaining and
wild.
deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey
Sheesh, you see all these words he's using? These crazy words? Oh my God. At this place? With all these people around the world? What the?
The region. What we did was a victory. And we
What?
saved so many lives of people that
Turn that teleprompter back on. He said it was on. Use the teleprompter. Don't do it the other way.
Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles. To get up, they go through jungles, they go through areas so hot.
He called the UN cowards. Oh my goodness.
That you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over.
He said the UN ain't shit.
Tremendous numbers of lives.
Say y'all ain't worth shit.
Job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll.
Don't bring us into this.
Part of it is because of
You said that. We didn't say that. We not saying you said that.
Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world.
All right, it's 10:40.
Also lost nearly
We got some green.
They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold.
Now he's talking
about that. The fake news
child trafficking.
with many others young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem. And also, as I said,
Low of day,
get back the
66617.
We've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead.
We
Because of
went
the animals
past yesterday's
that did this.
high.
To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way: people don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on
We
on the
broke
seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very
yesterday's
quickly
high.
anymore. And we virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people.
But look at this on the 5.
I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with 2 bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice.
Oh, shit.
Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000
We will blow you
people
out of
last year to
existence.
drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, is a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of
Look
credit
at
to
China.
Germany was being led down a very sick path,
Yo.
both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going
He
green,
said, why
and they
you
were going
selling
bankrupt.
them
And
the
new
shit that you don't even
leadership
use?
came in and they went back to where they were with fossil fuel and with
You don't
nuclear.
even like the stuff you use. You don't even use it.
You could do it
Oh my
properly.
God.
But they went back to where they were, and they
Trump is
opened up a lot of
talking
different
big
plants,
shit right
energy plants,
now.
energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt.
Don't
That's
fuck
what
with.
it
Oh,
represents.
oh,
And
oh,
it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly
oh.
criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C.
He said I can talk big shit because he live in
was the
the
crime
fucking
capital of
U.S.
America. Now it's a totally, after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business. And they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would
That
be.
666 put is not moving like at all.
Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire
Theta is
nations
really
could be wiped off the
killing
map
these puts.
by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world, but then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change, because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change.
Wait.
It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the
climate
world,
change is
in my
fake?
opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons.
You see how they're killing those puts?
Were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign,
that was a raid.
they had a hat. The best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything.
That jumped.
And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop,
they said, Trump, we need you
that you have nothing in common
to
with,
say certain things. So just
I'm
go into a diatribe.
States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and
United States smirking. Look at the boy on the right smirking his ass off. Everybody else is like,
let that
Serious
happen
as
any
fuck.
longer.
Head
You're
down.
doing it because you want
That
to
boy
be
took a
nice.
deep breath like, what the
You want to be politically
we got to
correct.
make it out of
You're
here.
destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly.
Oh, he
and
talking big
immediately
shit
of the
because he's in,
unmitigated
because the
immigration
UN is
disaster
in
and
New
the
York.
fake energy catastrophe.
So he can talk that big
before
shit.
it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew
No, not
everything into the
Obama.
atmosphere.
No, not
He talked about
Obama.
the carbon footprint. We must do so. Then he'd get in, and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round
Everybody's
of golf.
getting it.
And then
Everybody's
he'd get
getting
back
it.
onto that big, beautiful plane.
I'm sure he
he'd
got
fly
on
back,
Biden.
And he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job.
He's really coming at Al
At
Gore.
extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced
Yo, Al
its own
Gore, get on the
carbon
mic. I hope
footprint
Al
by
Gore is there. Get on the mic, man.
37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. It cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable.
It's not about the cows. It's the methane,
but
bro.
You know, we have a border strong, and we have a shape. And
you
that
don't got a
shape
border.
doesn't just go straight up.
We have two oceans.
The shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here,
the air blows.
Here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean.
The air blows.
And the environmentalists
That's
refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows.
I gotta see what other motherfuckers
right
are talking
Los
about this, because this is
Angeles. You've
crazy right now.
Massive
I have to
amounts
see.
of garbage, almost too much to do anything about. Flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby, drill. That's what we're doing. But they've come way down.
Porque nós faremos, como vamos fazer tudo isso e reduzir os custos de energia e os custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos. Por exemplo, se você olhar
So while the
nos
U.S. has
países
approximately
faturas de
1,300 heat-related deaths annually, it's a lot. Europe loses
mas
more
nós
than
nos Estados Unidos
175,000 people to heat
conseguimos
deaths each year.
usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura.
What is that coming from?
All in the name of pretending to stop the global
isso,
warming hoax. The entire globalist
a
concept asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on
agenda
themselves
mundialista não
and
tem nenhum
radically
sentido.
disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate.
Aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro e ninguém
Pretending to stop is paying so much more than every country.
Oh, we're getting something back on their end. I'm like, what is that?
It was easy to meet. 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion.
Okay. I'm like, what the heck?
I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most
That's not good for the top
corrupt,
end. That's the theta move. They're killing these contracts.
The sleepy Joe Biden administration.
They're killing
Brazil
these contracts.
Now faces
Be careful with zero dates.
To
You don't want to mess with zero dates right now.
Efforts to interfere in the rights and
Definitely stay away from zero dates.
American citizens and others.
Because they're just rinsing them.
Censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption.
They're just chopping them up.
Of political
They're just
critics
chopping
in
them
the
up.
United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when
God
they're working with
damn,
us.
Trump,
Without us,
chill,
they will
bro.
fail just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the
those pussies are coming
2026
alive.
FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty
now it's time
and
to
human
trade.
achievement, and that together we all can rejoice
Now we're
in the
trading.
miracles of history that began in July 4th,
Now we're trading.
1776, when we founded the light to all nations, and it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date.
What time is
called
it?
the United
11:01. I'm about to
States of
say that was a little
America.
bit too sharp.
In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders
It's Saturday
of
Night
leaders and
Live.
legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride.
This is heading lower. I mean, all eyes are heading lower.
Life and with
I mean, look at the 5. You can definitely see it evidently on the 1.
that they built.
We keep seeing this too.
So together, let us uphold our sacred duty to
And
our
it keeps
people,
getting
to our
sold.
citizens. Let us protect their borders.
It just
ensure
keeps
their
getting
safety,
sold.
Preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before.
I'm
It
leveraged.
can happen. It will happen.
All right, have him play on the upside, play to the top side.
Start right now, right at this moment.
You know, it's pretty much a spread. And that's another thing, too, you can do.
Better,
Is
safer,
you don't
more
have to just
beautiful.
write out the
We're gonna take
spread
care of our people. Thank you
through
very much. It's been an honor. God
a
bless the
spread.
nations
You
of the
can
world. Thank you very
also
much. Bye.
just write it in two legs. Put it in two legs.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States.
We touched 6603. What is this on our notes? This isn't giving us. Yeah, it is. There we go. Look at that. That's a clear channel. But, you know, Powell speaks soon. You know, they can turn it into a V. But we don't know. They're trying to bring order to the court. They're not bringing order to the court. Let me turn this off. How do I get that? Oh, I gotta just stop it. You know what? Let me just turn it off on the OBS. I thought I did. Okay, no, it's just in my ear. Okay. All right, good. Oh, it's still there. All right, turn that off. Okay. All right, we're back. All right, market's still dropping because of that. That was a negative. I think this was negative too. All right, it's looking like we're trying to break 66. Oh wow, we got the O2. Maybe if we break it, that's going to maybe release the waters. The dam. Yeah, spot going down. All right, we're going to wait. We're trying to catch a bid, but no, we could be moving lower. They put some meat on the bone. Right, just a little bit. 20 cents. 20-cent cushion. All right. Powell speaks in about an hour 20. All right. Today's going to be a long day. So usually I like to stream until like 12 because that's when the volatility is like out of the market and everything. But today is just a different story. What are you going to do? You know? All right. Now we got to wait. We're just hanging out like a boogie. You know, we hit our. But it wasn't crazy. Well, I guess $1. $1. It's a new candle? Yeah, it's a new candle. I'm about to say, ate up that whole candle. All right, it's looking like puts. We're looking put heavy right now. But we gotta wait. You know, we just gotta chill, gotta wait. I'm gonna turn on some music or something. Oh, music. All right, let's play some music. All right, we catching a little bit. All right, we're getting a turn in market. All right, we can see where we're going to go from here. Ah, it looks like an elephant or like a mammoth. There go the tusk and everything. There go the head, top of the head. There goes the little ear, the back, and then it gets crazy right there. It reminds me of elephant. This is like a stegosaurus. You get the stegosaurus right here. All right, it looks like we should short the tops. I don't know. This is a different. What goes on here? Well, that's only the 5. I mean the 1. That's just so short term. But this is what I think we should maybe look at. Right now, we're still looking for a higher low. Hopefully, if we can go somewhere from this higher low, we're at 1120, and see what this structure is going to take us. If we start breaking those, then this is still on the table. I mean, we moved up 8 cents since I brought that up last time, but we can see where this can go. We're still 1 minute in, so we ate that 8 cents up, 9 cent right there. We're gonna see where we're gonna go from here. We are looking for 66, 66602. 66602. So this is gonna be the bottom end of this channel. Okay. So I have to get better with that, especially for these type of channels. If we're waiting for a type of breakout. All right, that was a nice little move right there. Wow, Powell's really going to do something. The way this is panning out right now. So when it comes to option contracts, of course, you know about theta. Theta is something that moves against the contracts naturally when the price is out of the money. Further out of the money, the heavier the theta, closer to the expiration gets. It's stair stepping down, but still down. We still have our 2 cents. If we break that 666, we could see 65.50. I mean 666.50. Oh wow, this could be it. What time is it? It's 28. VIX is going down, and we have UVIX kind of scaling up a little bit, still on the down channel though. Double bottom, almost a double bottom. So we have a double bottom going on. That's they can do reverse right here. All right, that's it right there. That's the new time frame. All right, so that's yeah. All right. All right, they're playing around with that level. What does that mean? What does this mean right here? They're playing on the 1 and the 5. There's teetering at the 66602. It went down to 66606. I think I've seen. That's Look, they're going for it again. I don't know. That's really weak. It's showing a lot of weakness to the downside right now. I mean, yesterday we had a monstrous upside. So seeing anything to the downside today shouldn't be any different, especially with the Fed speakers and then Powell and his wonderful, wonderful speech from our supreme leader, supreme leader, Trump. That speech was it. It left us all in awe. And we have Powell, so that could be a lot of shakiness, especially from the run up from yesterday. I mean, euphoria can just want to send it up, but I mean, if we go to retracement levels, we still have some levels to hit down here. You know, we still got like $2 to go down. You know, technically, if we want to be technical, and we do want to be technical, so you know, but we can look for an easy reverse. You know, we can drop until Powell. We can teeter until Powell. You know, when it comes to zero dates, these are burning the theta for the zero dates on the zero dates. You know, going into tomorrow, depending on what goes on today, we can head towards, you know, we can search for new all-time highs. But right now, we got to play right now and pay attention to what's going on right now. These levels of 4, 02, we're teetering. All right, they broke it. All right, what's going to happen? All right, we seen the 55 mark. All right, we see the UVIX rising, spiking tremendously on the 1. All right, we're a couple cents deep. All right, they're going to try and do some buys. But the only thing that's going to do, especially when it's contracts, the market maker has to buy the underlying on the opposite end. So when you do the opposite of what's currently happening in the market, it just adds more fuel to the fire. We want to keep those. We want to keep those. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Love you. I love you. All right, I got these at like an okay price, not a bad price. Uh, hmm. All right, so we were like right here. Oh wow, look at this. It double topped to 66. Whoa. Whoa. So we have a triple touch. That's a V. That's a V. And we're on this next leg right here. Whoa. Look. One, two, three, right there. Boom, each one. So if we break this channel, are we looking at 65.15? If we break this, is that our next level? 65.15? 65? I think it is. I don't know. We got to see. We have a big buying thing going on right now. Guap, bata guap, bata bata guap, bata guap. It sucks that I can't listen to music on YouTube. I can listen to it on Twitch, but I have to go in there. I have to change my VOD tracks. When I go in there and change my VOD tracks, I'll get in there. I've been doing like a lot of work in the OBS and everything, and it's not easy. It's not the easiest things to really do and like figure out and everything. So that's what like I've been doing like after the market and everything, and over the weekend. Over the weekend, I got the dual stream up. That's why I can stream on Twitch. Chuck at you. Oh, ooh, look at that. Check at you. That could have been a stop loss raid right there. We're about to see. Uh, yeah. So I was working on getting those two places up. Um, I just don't want to listen to him. I want to mix it up. Okay, 65 now. I was about to say that was definitely a stop loss raid right there. I'm like, what? I'm like, that didn't make any sense. And I was doing something, so I couldn't even tell you what I was thinking about that 90 print. But the 90 print came up. All right, so we're getting like the general of like what's going on right now, but we're really starting to pick up speed. I said 665.50 before, but our levels is actually it could be 665, but it doesn't have to be flat or stay flat like at that. So just like around that way, just make sure you're, okay and good with that. All right, my puts are up 20, 25 and 20, so they're good. Oh no. I I wish I was able to buy some more grab. All right, 79. All right, these things are picking up some speed really fast. All right, so at least we're making some money. We're breaking these levels really nice. This is good music choice too. I'm listening to Ring-a-Ling by the Black Eyed Peas. On the end, the energy never dies. I like it. Mm. All right. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. And it's not like I just didn't freaking say these levels, and I was just in there about to buy some. I think I can play my cousin's music. I'm gonna play my cousin's music a little bit later. But these are 60%, 50%. I have multiple contracts in each one, but I was about to buy more, but like, sheesh. All right, this is gonna probably be for Powell. All right, those are nice. All right, we're gonna check out the range of this trade in a second. Look at that candlestick. Uh, I'm gonna sell those to this. Let me see what this does. I sold out over there on my other ones. That one was like 55%. We're gonna get rid of these two. We made some profits. We made some really good profits right there. Yeah, baby. We're making some money. We're making some money. I guess I could have waited right there, and I could have waited to maybe scale in, but we're gonna see what other levels, the call levels. Well, I think we're gonna go down some more. But like I said, I don't like this candlestick right here. And I told you, what did I say? 65.50, right? So this could be the bottom end of the channel. You know, if we don't break that 65.50, then this is the bottom of the channel. But of course, we're going to need a little bit more confirmation rather than this little 2 minutes, rather us looking at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes of of straight red. So I mean, on top of that, this whole range technically, but once you got some percents in there, once you got like 35, 40, see what's good, let it go down to 30, 35, 30, just so you can get a little bit more confirmation on that's the right exit, or maybe even entrance, depending on how you're looking at it, so it's going to be a long day. We still have Powell is roughly in about an hour. Yeah, yeah. Mm-mm. It's looking like that could have been a. I don't know. We only have not even 5 minutes of movement. We don't know. But if this is broken, then we're looking at 65 flat. If not, this is the bottom of the channel, and Powell should probably push this higher. That's my prediction. But like, I mean, of course, I'm gonna make like plays on that. Like I just played a. All right, it's time to go shopping. Maybe this is an important level. So remember, just like in life, don't let one thing break up a good thing you got going on. Look at this. Look at this consistency in this downward channel. This is just a jerk on the short. In the short term, you're going to have some volatility, but in the long term, you're going to break through, you know. So let's see where this is going to go. I did sell out of my other contracts. I'm looking at them right now. I can get them for cheaper too. I guess I can buy one back. I mean, isn't that the name of the game, right? Buy low, sell high. Is that in the job description? This is a good song. Who is this? This is Black Eyed Peas too. Meet Me Halfway. This is a good song. And the thing with a cash account too, yes, you do need more money for the spreads because you have to outright buy everything. But being able to get in and out whenever you want to, as fast as you want, with a stop loss, without a stop loss, but you can get your ass the fuck out of there, and not be worried about a PDT. There's been times when, oh my God, hold on. This puppy's going back up. Oh, and those up there was a lot cheaper too. I got those for a good price. I bought those for like, I think they were like 40 something. No, 60 something. I sold them at 90 something. We're attacking that 50-cent piece. And you just want to put the charts on. You don't want to do anything too involving. You just want to be able to, you can probably clean your room, turn the sound on, and if you need me to do the call outs, just ask me to keep doing the call outs for you so you can keep reading the levels. Even when I lock in, if someone's asking for that, then I will do that for them. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What's going on here? I didn't pay attention to this. Look at this. Look at this. When was this? 9:23. This was today. I was at 10. Hmm. We're getting back into this channel. We have a double top right here. Well, we're going for a double. No, we do have a double top. We could be going on. We're going lower. I don't know. You don't really know. Like the shit can turn on you so fast. But this is a level. From there, of course I'm not going to know. We're just going to play. We're going to play everything, and our puts are going to have enough meat on them to where to where look at that VIX. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Did he text me? Um all right, so those puts look good right now. I mean, Fed Chair Powell can come in here and just rug pull the fuck out the market. There's a lot of meat on the bone from yesterday. There's a lot of meat on the bone. Okay. Where you at? How you doing? Spread crazy. Been waiting for that sell off all day. I still want to see lower. Did you make a play yet? Two zoomed in on that. It moved like 4 cents. Are you in any trades right now? Any plays? I made money on. I already made some money. I already on some plays. I think it was like $80. I mean, evidently, I should have held those mofos. All right, so we are approaching a really key level right now. That 56 piece. It's that 56 piece. All right, that's 10 cents. What time is it? It's 57. All right, there we go. We're picking up some speed. They're going for it. All right, we have to break that 55, the 56 piece. Did we break it yet? No, that's still it. The 56 piece. I would feel safer if we. Well, this is a little bit too tight for us to blow through to the 50. But this is actually like a really good, healthy drop. Healthy. I mean, it's very, very strong, very constant right there. All right, I'm going shopping. You know, 4 cents is $4, right? Hmm. I'm sorry. I have to get to something. Well, what a big old gut. That's all that matter. In that chatter, it matter. I get fatter and fatter. That's all that matter. And in that chatter, it matter. Get fatter, fatter. That's all that matter. Oh, we broke 50 cent. We broke the 50 cent piece. 46. I'm sorry. I was trading. All right, nice. We broke the 46. The 50 cent piece. Next target 50 cent piece. That's going to move. That's going to move some. That's going to move some contracts. We got a spike on the UVIX and a spike in the VIX. You know what that means? That's a smiley face. That's what that means. Uh, I like seeing the. I like seeing the candlestick. But sometimes over here messes up what I want to see. I'm just like really particular in what I want to look at. I'm like really particular in how I want to see things. Like I have two monitors. I need more monitors. You have a four monitor setup. Oh my god, I need four monitors. I may need more actually. I think I probably need six. I think I need six. I need two more now. Oh my god, yeah, six is the way to go. LOL. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, six. Yeah, six definitely, because I need four for my charts, one for my gaming. I'm on Steam now. I play a lot of Steam. One for my gaming, and then one for for when I want to surf and search and everything. But I would have one screen for nothing but the spy. The one 5, 10, and 30, or hour actually. um my second screen would be QQQ, the VIX, UVIX, and something else, maybe an outlier that I'm playing. Like today I'm playing grab, so I would touch an outlier. Are we moving? No. Yeah, it's going to be hot as fuck. It's going to be hot. Like you need AC on like constantly, especially when you're doing something like so intensive and freaking gut wrenching like trading. I think whether it's a funded account or not, your money or not, that's it's tough. All right, we're going lower. We hit the 42, 36. That was a jump. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's money made, baby. Whoa. 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 Where did that come from? What time is it? 12:08. All right, we're getting ready. Been saying I want to see lower still. Got shaken out NQ short. Why aren't you playing when I'm playing? What are you doing? Oh my god, crazy. 55%, 22. Already, I just sold things for like 55, 60. They would have been damn near 100% right now. All those would have been in the money. I would have had two fucking contracts. I would have had like six contracts in the fucking money right now. Oh, oh. Now I'm only going to have two because I sold out of those two, but my other two contracts are probably approaching in the money. Yes, they are. Oh my god. One's one away, one's two away. if that second one get in there, that's scary. We're looking at some. We're looking at some Brizette. All right, so we have a lot of volatility going into Powell. I still have some buying power, so let's see what's up. Whoa. Fuck. Fuck. Wow. I misclicked for something else. Shoot. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. All right, we're hitting that channel. Save the photos. All right. So we're hitting our okay. So we don't have to hit that channel directly. Remember that. Like, it can bounce. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Ugh. All right, we're in the money, baby. We are in the money. All right, and I still have some buying power. Oh, so I did buy those. Okay, good. So I did buy some of those other ones too. Okay, awesome. All right, we're at 82%, 48%, 25%. That 25%, if that's a heavy one. This other one is heavy too. It's at 41%. That's heavy. It's heavy. 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 So, all right. But, Powell can come. Powell can change some shit around. So we don't want to keep too much out there by the time Powell come around. We have roughly about a half an hour. Look, I have to pee. I will be right back. I really have to use the restroom. What do I want to put up for you? I really gotta go. Oh God, I gotta go so bad. Oh God. All right. So yesterday, my problem was I still like way too early. So today, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to sell early. Not everything. Because I don't think you necessarily want to play the event. I'm going to sell 40s. No, I sell 3. All right. So all of these are all positive. That's scary down there. Now, I don't want to go into this event just bare-assed and mess up all my profits. I do have outliers. I don't know how that's making money right now. But these contracts move so fast, they're so fickle. You don't want to mess up your profits. Anything can happen. There's nothing wrong with making money. There's nothing wrong with making money. You're allowed to make money in the stock market. All right, so we shaved a lot. We locked in a lot of profit. Now, what can we see happening on the top side of today? I don't think we want to play the zero dates. I don't think zero dates are the play. I think you may want to play the September 24th or 5th right now. All right, I have this. So you know what? Let's grab this guy. So we're going to hedge. We're going to give ourselves some time though. So if we're wrong, we're going to give ourselves a lot of time to be wrong. I had some over there before, but it was just too much. So and instead of keeping a huge drawdown on like you just never know. I guess in theory, I have to play that scenario out theoretically. All right, so I still have some puts, okay, and I still have some calls. So I position myself out nicely to where this thing can spike either way, and I'm positioned. So I'm good either way. All right, now we wait. Now we figure out what this is. What is this? Hard for me to tell. This could be low of the day price in place, but I could also see it drop lower. Yeah, I know it can go both ways because it's Powell. That's why. Now remember, you told me about liquidity events, and you said, the news and everything create the event to for the market. Like the market is going to do what it does, but they create the event to make it seem as though this is creating a thing. Well, that's what Powell is. Powell is um an igniter. What he says moves the market. What Trump says moves the market, as you can see, especially on the stage that he was on. So whatever the reason was, boom. It still happened like that for whatever reason. I'd wait for Powell. You sent that 1101. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. I did wait. I did wait. I did wait. I probably put some outliers out there, something on a watch list. But then as we seen that tremendous downfall and around here, that's when I got rid of those calls, and then we just start riding, and then boom boom. So I got rid of them. I got rid of them. I think I bought them somewhere around like here. So I didn't take too much of a drawback on that, but even then, I'm still positive for the day. So, not saying that it gives me wiggle room to make dumb plays, but it gives me wiggle room to be wrong. I would it is definitely a challenge. I think for people wanting to get into the market, first you have to challenge yourself, not to make like contrary to what I'm about to say, not to make a certain amount of money in the market, but make sure you make money in the market every day. Can you do that? Can you make money every day? Using whatever strategy that you use. Can you do that 5 days a week? Do that for 5 days. If you're on Discord, we can get on a Discord together. I'm not in the trading Discord. Is anyone in there? No, no one's in the trading Discord. Oh, can't work. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, 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 no. I was, but they don't they're not really on that much. Mm. Did they jerk me up my puts? Did they jerk me up my puts? Out my profit? Then I can't make as much profit. Oh, 12.25. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna chill. Dude, I bought some calls, some cheap calls, and they went up 100%. And during that downturn, I'm be real with you. They're still up 100%. How much can I sell them for? I can get my money back. Ooh, they're giving me my money back on the call. Wow. Let me see these gammas. And this thing, This contract I'm looking at closed at $24 yesterday. And what's the delta on it? 0.04. That's not bad. Let me chase this Red Bull with more Red Bull. Oh my God. Oh, Powell. Powell. Let's get Powell in here. All right, we're gonna turn the music off. Although the music is good. That was like some techno I was listening to. I forgot the name of the song, but that was really good. All right, we have Powell right here. Economic outlook. Let's turn this. News. Where's news sound? News sound. Right? No? Greater Providence Chamber of Commerce. Oh, I want this sound. Excuse me. Sound? No? It's just really low. All right. So we got that. Now let's go main source. Oops. Sorry. Right there, right? Can you hear me? Mic. Sound. I guess I can drag it over, but let me try and be professional. Oh, gotta move it up. Right? Huh. I'm a noob. Give me a second. I'll get it right. Because I can easily just drag the picture over there. I don't want to do that. I want to learn like a big boy. I want to be a big boy. How come I can't be a big boy? No, that's sound. Oh my God. Oh my God. I could have just been overlooking something.
Enjoy your lunch. We'd ask if we could please.
There we go. Oh, just in time too.
Get back to your tables, and we will begin the program in earnest. It is now my honor to introduce.
All right. Well, this is here.
Candidly, I was told simply say it's just Jack and then leave the stage. However, I would not want to be disrespectful in that regard.
We're going to do
I have the honor of
this.
introducing our senior United States Senator Jack Reed, who will in turn introduce Chairman Powell. Jack Reed is a champion for middle-class families and a strong believer that all Americans should be able to have the opportunity to build a better life. He was born and raised in Cranston, grew up on Pontiac Avenue, just a short drive from here. And his parents instilled in him the importance of serving his country and giving back to his community. He graduated from LaSalle Academy. I suspect there might be a few LaSalle grads in this room. And was nominated for an appointment to the United States Military Academy by, I would say,
you
a
can see it
fellow
drop.
legendary U.S. Senator.
Pause at 12:35. All right, 3 minutes.
After graduating from West Point near the top of his class, unlike his dear friend, the late John McCain, who did not quite graduate in the top of his class at the Naval Academy, he received an active duty commission in the Army, earned a master's degree in public policy from Harvard's John F. Kennedy School of Government, and a law degree from Harvard Law School. One of the highest honors and greatest privileges of his life was commanding his fellow soldiers. He served in the 82nd Airborne Division and eventually joined the faculty at West Point, where he served until August of 1979, resigning from active duty as a captain, but continued to serve in the reserves, where he left with the rank of major in 1991. After graduating law school,
there's all types of green everywhere. My goodness.
Back in Providence, he served 3 terms in the Rhode Island State
Senate.
Senate.
All right, nice.
And 3 terms in the United States House. In 1996,
well, I think that's a fake move.
Elected him to succeed Claiborne Pell as the state's 46th United States Senator. He has worked every day since to help make the federal government more efficient, effective, and responsive to the people of Rhode Island. He has a proven record of working on a bipartisan basis to help solve problems.
I can't move it. I can do that.
Results. Many of us in this room also had the opportunity to go to his Business Leaders Day in Washington recently, and we saw firsthand the respect of his peers from both sides of the aisle. He is the senior member of the powerful Appropriations Committee, which controls the funding of the United States government, and has worked tirelessly to direct federal funding to the Ocean State. He is one of just 8 United States senators in the history of the United States Senate to graduate from West Point, and has used that knowledge as the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, where he's played a pivotal role.
You know what? We're gonna hold it right here. We're gonna wait. I'm positioned well. I have a nice cushion for the day.
Pieces of legislation, including historic Wall Street reforms.
I'm pretty comfortable. Yeah, I thought that was a fake move. I thought so. I mean, they say the first move is the fake move. I mean, this could be also a part of the jerk too. We don't know. I don't know, but it's been going down all day. You used to yell at me about trying to catch a falling knife. I swear every time I try and FOMO or I think about FOMO and I just hear your voice in just that disappointing tone, like I should know better. And that stops me a lot of the times, believe it or not. It does.
Well, thank you very much, Rick, for that extraordinarily kind introduction. I also want to thank Lori White for her great leadership and all the members of the Greater Providence Chamber of Commerce. To all my colleagues in government, thank you for joining us here today. I want to particularly shout out to Susan Collins, the president of Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, an extraordinary public servant, and President Mark Palange of the University of Rhode Island. He has really taken a great university and made it even greater. Thank you, Mark. Today, I have a distinct honor. That is to welcome Jerome Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve, back to Rhode Island. Along with many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I have long appreciated Chairman Powell's decency and steady leadership.
Oh, wow. Look at that. I was just about to say those boys were just gaining some girth on him.
He has the distinction of having been appointed by a Republican president and reappointed by a Democratic president. He has shown himself to make tough decisions in an challenging economic and political environment. And he has made these decisions based on the data and the facts and good analysis. And that is something increasingly rare these days.
All right, where they at on this
Feels
totem
like a much
pole?
different world today than the last time Chair Powell addressed us in 2019. The COVID 19 pandemic brought substantial economic upheaval, including unemployment rates we had not seen for decades. That crisis was followed by a serious bout of inflation. And in fact, every economist, left and right, were predicting not about the coming recession, but how severe it would be. Because of Jerome Powell, there was no recession. Chair Powell deserves
Now,
credit for
usually every
navigating
day
those choppy waters.
you'll get a
Nevertheless,
move like this, either up or
average
down,
Americans are still
and that's
facing
the easiest to
significant
trade.
economic
You
challenges
know, it gets
due to the
well
chaotic
once you're in
policies
it somewhere around here. You know, once you're watching the levels, you might enter somewhere around here,
healthcare cuts, a
and then you
massive
start getting paid
debt
around
ceiling,
there, and then you
and
wait,
interventions in the operations of
and
government,
then you're
corporations,
good.
and
You know,
universities have all proved
and we're gonna
defeated.
see what this is.
Real wages for most American workers remain stagnant. We still have not fully tamed inflation. Roughly 36
Because those
million
guys down there,
Americans
I
work
bought
for the
for
government,
20 something
and
cents,
housing is too
and I sold
expensive
for 50 something
and in
cent,
shorter supply everywhere.
and they're back up to 55 cents.
The policy chaos is extended into a direct assault on the Fed's independence and
No
personal
bow
approach
tie.
by the president
I
to
thought he
his
would wear a bow
management.
tie. I know this isn't Powell,
But
but
Chair Powell has
I thought a
met
Fed
these
person
challenges with
would be at the
equanimity and
would
professionalism.
would be
He
would
understands that a
wear a
strong
bow
and
tie.
independent central bank can contribute to sound economic policy in this nation.
All right, so what he's saying
He
really isn't,
understands the impact that
but
monetary policy has on communities and families
he could be the
globally.
fucking
He has somehow managed to stay laser focused on
he's the
achieving
lamb.
the Fed's
This guy,
dual mandate.
he's the lamb, putting him out in front of everybody. What the heck? Is that me or is that them? Is that me or them? What the hell? Am I lagging? Hmm. Well, look, still gonna put him over here. Let me refresh. Nope, it's them. It's their feed. I don't want to put it all the way over there. Just right here is good. Huh. All right. So that has to be them. Why did I go there? Why the fuck did I go there?
In recent months, it has become
Powell
clear that the
speaking. That's my
balance
feed.
of risks has shifted, prompting us to move our policy stance closer to neutral at our
That guy's
FOMC meeting
done.
last week.
That's my feed. What the fuck?
GDP rose at a pace of about 1.5% in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. Activity in the housing sector remains weak, but business investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from last year's pace, largely reflecting the AI build-out. As noted in the September Beige Book, which I bet you wonder what it is.
So I have a
the September
feed.
Beige Book, that's a report that gathers qualitative information from across the Federal
Yeah,
Reserve
how come
system.
I can grab that?
Businesses continue to say that uncertainty is
Oh, that
weighing
was
on their outlook.
down.
Measures of consumer and business sentiment declined sharply in the spring. They have since moved up, but remain low relative to the start of the year. In the labor market, there has been a marked slowdown in both the supply of and the demand for.
So how come I can't find it?
Which I bet you wonder what it is. The September Beige Book, that's a report that gathers qualitative information from across the Federal Reserve system. We'll talk about later. Businesses continue to say that uncertainty is weighing on their outlook. Measures of consumer and business sentiment declined sharply in the spring.
There we
They have since
go.
moved up, but remain low relative to the start of the year. In the labor market, there has been a marked slowdown in both the supply of and the demand for workers, an unusual and
Oh, I gotta
challenging
keep it
development.
up. Okay, I have to keep it up.
Making
I'm
this less
sorry.
dynamic and
I'm
somewhat
just learning.
softer
I'm
labor
sorry.
market,
I'm
the
so
downside
sorry.
risks to employment have risen. The unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but has remained relatively stable at a low level over the past year. Payroll job gains slowed sharply over summer months as employers added an average of just 29,000 per month over the past 3 months.
Give me a little bit. I'll get it together.
Appears to be running below what we call
I'll
the
get it
break-even
together.
rate. That is the rate needed to hold the
Okay.
unemployment rate
There we go.
constant. But a number of other labor market indicators remain broadly stable. For example, the ratio of job openings to unemployment remains near 1, and multiple measures of job openings have been moving roughly sideways, not down, as have initial claims for unemployment insurance.
Instant volatility. Haha. I don't know. Where's Powell? Yeah, I got it. It took me a little bit, but no way. Okay, so I have to keep it up. Okay. I'm sorry. Really? I gotta keep it up. Yeah, I gotta keep it up. Okay. I gotta keep it up. Okay.
In August 2024. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose.
And my sound is good. Yeah, my sound's good.
Also higher than a year ago. Goods prices, after falling last year, are driving the pickup inflation. Incoming data and surveys suggest that those price increases largely reflect higher tariffs rather than broader price pressures. Disinflation for services continues, including for housing services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term inflation expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The overall economic effects of the significant changes in trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policy remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the tariff-related effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Now, a one-time increase does not mean all at once. Tariff increases will likely take some time to work their way through supply chains. As a result, this one-time increase in the price level will likely be spread over several quarters and show up as somewhat higher inflation during that period. But uncertainty around the path of inflation remains high. We will carefully assess and manage the risk of higher and more persistent inflation. We'll make sure that this one-time increase in prices does not become an ongoing inflation problem. Turning to monetary policy, near-term risks to inflation are tilted to the upside, and risks to employment are tilted to the downside, a challenging situation. Two-sided risks mean that there is no risk-free path. If we ease too aggressively, we could leave the inflation job unfinished and need to reverse course later to fully restore 2% inflation. If we maintain restrictive policy too long, the labor market could soften unnecessarily. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework has long called for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. The increased downside risks to employment have shifted the balance of risks to achieving our goals. We therefore judged it appropriate at our last meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance, lowering the target range for the federal funds rate by 25 basis points to 4 to 4.25%. This policy stance, which I personally see as still modestly restrictive, leaves us well positioned to respond to potential economic developments. Our policy is not on a preset course. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment and bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans, and we understand that our actions affect
this is why I need more screens.
Families, and businesses across the country.
I wouldn't be messing up like this if I had more
thank
screens.
Thank you again for having me here, and I very much look forward
to it.
He's
done?
Thanks.
He's done? Uh-oh. You can be looking at some clear blue skies. Uh-oh. I hope you got some powder ready. This could be the low end right here.
Good afternoon once again, Mr. Chair.
Well, we're not in that low end right now,
for those
but
opening remarks and reminding us
we're not in that
just
low
how
end right now. We're a dollar away,
the
but
world has changed and evolved since
I could have been
the
the lows.
2019.
I could have been the lows. I'm positioned both ways.
The Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, Susan Collins, is also here with us today.
Wow.
And President Collins, we have had the opportunity many times to discuss with you the conditions in this Fed region, of which Rhode Island is part of the Boston region. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to think about comments reflecting on the importance, what you have said, the importance of deeply understanding local labor markets. And I'm wondering if in your deliberations leading up to the most recent FOMC meeting, whether there was anything particularly distinctive in what you saw coming out of the Boston Beige Book.
So let me say a word about the Beige Book. So there are 12 reserve banks, as you know, around the country, and each of them has deep ties into not just the business community, but medical community, educational community, nonprofits. And each FOMC cycle, which is sort of 8 of those a year, they do a deep dive and they collect lots and lots of information about the economy. And so, and that information gets collated and put into what we call the Beige Book because it's beige, and we're not that original. And so we get that a couple weeks before each FOMC meeting. And I have to say, I don't know of any source of sort of qualitative approaches this. It's just a lot of conversations with a lot of people, and I personally find it. Sometimes you look at that book and you see significant regional differences, and this is uncertainty, significant uncertainty about federal public policy is kind of weighing on investments and decisions about investment and hiring, except in the area of the AI build-out, which is just going really strong pretty much in many parts of the country.
So nothing distinctive from the Boston region that would inform your future decision-making looking at the setting of monetary policy?
What I saw from Boston was quite similar and overlapping with a number of other districts. Again, sometimes that's the case where things are pretty much of a piece. Sometimes different regions, particularly if there's a commodity price thing, you would see maybe things in the commodity-oriented regions doing differently from other regions of the country. Right now, it's sort of it's much more the same around the country, I would say.
So let's talk about and build on what you described a few moments ago about the dual mandate of the Fed. And if you could talk about these conditions that wax and wane over time, what signals will you be looking for in the run-up to the next FOMC meeting, which is in
the run-up
30 days?
We have two goals, as you mentioned, maximum employment and price stability, and they're equal goals under the law. So almost all the time, they work together. You know, they complement one another. So for example, when the economy is weak, the unemployment rate might be high and the inflation rate would be low, and that it calls for stimulus from us. And when the economy is really strong and the labor market is tight, that's when inflation will be moving up, and so policy might be a little bit tighter. That's almost always the case. Right now is the quite unusual case where risks to, as I mentioned in my remarks, risks to employment are to the downside and to inflation to the upside. Now we only have one tool, which is monetary policy, really interest rates, and really it's calling for different answers. So for a long time we have a document called the Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. We call it the consensus statement to save time.
That was a joke, guys. Laugh. That was a joke. Haha.
That when the two goals are in tension, we'll look at how far each one is from its goal and the time that it's expected to take to get back to that goal. And so we balance the two goals. So what we've done all year this year is we've had our policy rate has been tight because inflation has been above our target, but the labor market was very solid. Now, over the last really 4 months, really over the summer, the labor market has softened. Payroll jobs have dropped a lot, so we can't really say that anymore. And I think what that told us is that stance of really having a tight focus on inflation really needs to moderate toward a more balanced approach. And so that's why we took the action we took at our last meeting. And as we go to our next meeting, to your question, we'll be asking ourselves, we'll be looking at the data very carefully, labor market data, growth data, inflation data, all the vast quantities of data that we get, and asking ourselves, is our policy in the right place? And if not, we move it there.
Some may wonder about the frothiness of the markets, the markets reaching record heights and also record valuations. How does the Fed think about that in the equation?
Financial markets? So obviously we monitor financial markets very carefully. Our policy works through financial conditions, so that's credit spreads and interest rate levels and equity prices in the aggregate that can affect spending, for example. We look at all of that, but really our focus is on our two goals, and that is maximum employment and price stability. And when we see one of them weakening, we're going to respond appropriately with our tools. And in this case, that meant reducing the federal funds rate by 25 basis points. And, we'll see what the future brings, but that's what we do. We look carefully at financial conditions, more from a perspective, though, of financial stability. So we see that the banks are well capitalized. Actually, in the aggregate, households are in good shape financially. I know people at the bottom end of the income spectrum are under pressure. No question about that, but it's not a time of elevated financial stability risks.
Mm-hmm. So the federal funds rate really governs consumer credit, but not so as it pertains to mortgage rates, correct?
That's right.
And let's talk about how the average consumer is going to see any difference in the intervening months relative to an easing of interest rates and the ability and maybe even more confidence to spend.
So we don't set mortgage rates, but when we change the federal funds rate, it will affect that mortgage rates and also all other consumer borrowing rates. Really, all interest rates that are on a floating basis will move a little bit or even a lot if they're short term, based on our moves. So the people will feel that over time. Also, it's not just these days. The market is pricing in the next 6 months what's going to happen to rates. So this is something that wasn't really the case 50 years ago. Now markets listen to us and follow, and they make an estimation of where they think rates are going, and so they'll price things in. And so longer-term rates will move because of what the market participants expect us to do. So you'll begin to see, and you're already seeing, changes in rates long before we make the decision. It can often be already, priced in.
Is it fair to say that
long before they make the decision, it could be already priced in
today more so than perhaps before the pandemic?
I think if you look at some prices, then they're elevated relative to historical levels. There were times before the pandemic when it happens periodically. Equity prices will move up and down, and we do monitor that. But we're not targeting any level of prices for particular financial assets. We don't have a view that we know what the right price of any particular financial asset is. We do look at overall financial conditions, and we ask ourselves whether our policies are affecting financial conditions in a way that is what we're trying to achieve. But you're right. It by many measures, for example, equity prices are fairly highly valued.
Let's segue to the topic of AI, and largely AI stocks and periphery stocks really driving the markets in many ways. Let's talk a little bit about the great unknown of AI.
66488.
Various ages.
Ooh, we broke the 665 print.
Steam to electricity to the information age, and now to the age of AI. Would you consider this to be the most disruptive force ever in modern American history?
I think it's way too early to say that. I wouldn't go that far. I would say clearly generative AI has all the earmarks of an emerging technology that could be very important in our economy and in our society. But it's very early to be making that kind of bold statement. So, what we're seeing is companies and institutions like the Fed for that matter, are starting to experiment with how this new set of tools can be used in our operations. And it's very early days on that. And I think we have to wait and see. That's a good thing. I know many of the large financial institutions and other central banks, and we are asking ourselves, how can this help us do our jobs better? And I think it's going to be a period of experimentation over a period of years.
We're going lower.
And the history is always that there's a lot of fear that technological innovation will eliminate jobs. What has tended to happen in history over time is that it just raises productivity and creates new jobs to replace the old jobs. And that happens. And sometimes it can take a long time, but ultimately that has been the pattern for the last couple of 100 years. Is this time going to be different? I just don't think we know yet. I don't think anybody knows.
Mm-hmm. You are a labor market futurist, also a historian. And the concept of AI and humans in the loop, very profound impact on the labor force. What are your thoughts about specifically agentic AI as a differentiator from generative AI? And how will the Fed be looking at the impacts of the workforce, the labor participation rate,
Whoa,
given
that was a
the
big
unknown
candle.
of what could happen with displacement around AI tools at all ends of the spectrum?
Seems to be a lot of buyers right here.
Our tools work on demand, basically.
Oh.
Lower interest rates, higher interest rates, they work on demand. When there are structural changes in the economy, there's not a lot.
I don't know, but
it's
still what time is it?
And
101.
If you're talking about distributional issues or labor force participation or retraining or any of the things that come to mind in connection with those questions, that's really going to be something for legislators and the private sector. We of course, we have many labor economists, and a good portion of them are studying what the potential effects of AI on the labor force, and many great economists around the country and around the world are publishing on that now. And it really is too early to say. I think you can say that some jobs are going to be phased out, some jobs are going to evolve, and people are going to be further trained and that sort of thing, and be able to keep a job like that. And there'll be new jobs that come. And how will that balance work out, and what will be the timing of it? I think it's just quite hard to say.
But how does that factor into the deliberations on a near-term basis? Things are moving so quickly. so quickly, and really the observation and the argument that artificial intelligence isn't just impacting those entry-level jobs and those, quasi-unskilled jobs, but really tentacles reaching into highly skilled professions, whether it be finance, whether it be communications and media, whether it be healthcare, whether it be law, finance. So all ends of the spectrum, highly educated individuals down to more automated, more easily automated tasks.
86.
Sort of a really interesting problem for
Are they going to try
those
and
of you
tap
that are
it? Are
studying
we?
labor market
So I wonder. Wait,
economics.
what's the next
How do you
level?
approach that?
What's the next level on the SPY?
A lot of what we're doing with our time is trying to understand the current position of the economy, what's actually going on in the economy today.
63.
Pardon me. So part of that is hiring rate has really dropped.
So there's 640
Job creation has
area.
dropped very sharply. So does that, what are the
664.07.
So I mentioned earlier, I think, part of it just is there's a lot of uncertainty about the direction of public policy, and so companies are holding off. They're not hiring, and when you don't hire through attrition, your labor force shrinks, and you save money that way. That may be a way of passing on tariff costs. It may be something like that.
So this was all
happening.
yesterday.
Lots
from
of
this
questions
candle
around
on.
whether AI is
This
a
was
major factor
yesterday.
associated with the relatively low hiring rate for people just graduating from school and just entering the labor market. And people are doing studies on that, and I looked at one.
What's
from
the size of this
Stanford,
move
another
right
from
here?
The New York Fed in the last week, and the sense of it was, we think we can find some
$7.
some evidence that
that's
AI,
almost 50%
generative AI
retracement.
is having some, it's one of the reasons here, but we can't really say it's the main reason. Can't really say it's the main reason.
It's
And
almost 50%
we
retracement.
have our Jackson Hole conference every year in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and we had some great labor economists, and one of the big debates
wasn't necessarily like a gap fill or anything, like up or down. It was a
who just said,
definitely.
There's no evidence that this is acting any differently than other. Her view was not acting any differently from other technological, movements, waves, and so I think she would be more at the end of an optimist, a techno-optimist. Mm-hmm. We've all, there are books out there that will tell you the world is ending, and but I don't think we know. Again, I think we're going to see how this evolves, and again, if it does turn out to be something where labor force participation really declines in a way that creates, social difficulties, that's going to be something that legislators and the private sector will have to address. We just don't know that yet, though.
Over the weekend, I read where you had been discussing, just picking up on what you said about Gen Z and college graduates and any possible disruptions in trying to find jobs. So Gen Z would be those born between 1997 and 2012, roughly ages 13 to 28. What are your thoughts on college enrollment? We'll talk a little bit about labor disruption in just a minute, and Jackson Hole, because I know that's a favorite of yours, but a lot of the individuals in this room today may have family members that fall squarely in that 13 to 28 category. What would you say about that?
I mean, again, we all see the data that it's just gotten tough for people just entering the labor force to be hired. But remember, the overall national aggregate hiring rate is at very, very low level. The layoff rate is also at a very, very low level. You're in a low fire, low hire economy, and it feels like companies are just, they've kind of stopped hiring or slowed down their hiring because they want to see how this all shakes out. We're having very important changes to economic policy in the United States, and companies and people are wondering how's that going to work out. So I think that's part of it. The other thing I would add, though, is there's a lot of good scholarship around technological innovation and inequality, if you will. And the sense of it is really that if schools and society give students graduating the skills and aptitudes they need to benefit from evolving technology, you can have declining inequality over time. And that's what the United States had for many, many years, up until about 1970, when U.S. educational attainment kind of plateaued and inequality takes off. So it's really down to having the skills. So kids who come out of school today with technological skills and can work with this new technology, they're probably going to be fine. They're going to be great. If you don't have those skills, though, you're increasingly left with less attractive employment options. So in a way, it's an educational issue.
Our society is our education system, and you spoke about inequality, particularly the digital divide, and thinking about where the United States really has paced among countries throughout the world. Particularly, that was a subject that you initiated at Jackson Hole back in August. What are your thoughts on how that is likely to really change the way we look at technology as a force for productivity and advancement?
I mean, technology has been raising incomes and productivity
GDP
for
on the 25th.
Really a couple hundred years since the Industrial Revolution. It's been an amazing thing for the quality of human life, and there's no reason why that has to change. In the United States was the first country to have gender-blind secondary education, and if you go back, you'll see that there's a great book on this, but just basically the U.S. had fast technological innovation for a century, and also declining inequality because people were coming out and their educational the capabilities they took out of the educational system gave them the ability to benefit from evolving technology. So, and that's really the key, because technology, what it does is it makes us more productive. One summer I worked on a project that was building houses, and I basically had a shovel and I just dug most of the summer. And now that would be a Bobcat, which can do 100 times the work, no blisters, no water breaks. It's just much more productive. And you see housing production's gotten, at least it did get for a while, much more productive, not so much lately. But that I think is the story. And while U.S. educational attainment, college graduation rates and things like that leveled out, they're still going up. The rest of the world caught on and has really caught up in terms of educational attainment. And that really is the key. To your point, your educational system, your country is your educational system ultimately. It's the people that come out and what can they do, and a variety of other factors too, obviously. But I think that's a key element. I'm struck by this because this was a major factor at our recent conference, and we had a great conversation about it.
Well, tell us about the book. You gave me a homework assignment the other day, so I did download it, but I think everyone should follow that lead.
All right. It's a book's called The Race Between Education and Technology. It's by Claudia Golden and Larry Katz, two Harvard economists, and it basically talks about the race between education and technology. So I recommend that to anybody. It was written in, I want to say, 2005, and they basically presented at Jackson Hole, they presented an update to the current day. The findings basically hold. It's very, I mean, I'm not a PhD economist. I read it 20 years ago.
But you said it still holds very much true today.
It does. And I think it's a good explanation for why the U.S. has had, rising inequality. This is their thesis, and I think it's they call it also skill bias technical change. So you need skills to benefit, but if you have those skills, then technology makes you more productive, and that's what we need. Incomes can only rise if productivity is increasing. We're sort of working as many hours as we can work now, so it really is down to how much output can you have in an hour, and that's productivity. So I would recommend that. I'm not getting any royalties for that, but by the way, Claudia Golden won the Nobel Prize for her work about 2 years ago, so I'm not the only one who thinks it was good work.
Chair Powell, let's move on to tariffs. This is an issue that confronts the business people here with us today. You addressed it very briefly in your opening remarks. You indicated that you believe that the costs of the tariff movement is in fact more transitory than embedded in supply chain. So I think we would appreciate hearing more about how the Fed thinks about evolving tariff policy.
So we're now collecting a good bit of revenue. The government federal government, collecting a good chunk of revenue, $300 or $400 at a $300 or $400 billion a year pace. And the question is, who's paying that? And the candidates for paying those tariffs would be the exporter, the foreign exporter, or someone on our shores. It could be a company or a retailer, or someone who's using the imported product to manufacture something, or the end consumer. And so so far, in its incredibly early days, it doesn't look like the overseas exporters are carrying the bulk of it. It looks like it's that middle group. It's retailers and it's importers, and they're not passing along to consumers that much of the cost. So the actual effects on inflation have been quite modest so far. It's really not. It's a small amount, but I mean, for example, I mentioned that core PCE inflation is 2.9%. Maybe 0.3 or 0.4 of that is tariffs. So it's not the big factor. It's not a big inflationary thing, but it is something that is driving up inflation a bit. And the question is, are companies then, are they going to eventually be able to pass that stuff through? And then that might drive inflation up a little higher. So we've been watching this since the beginning. Half our mandate is inflation, and I would say that the pass through to consumers has been later and less than we expected. How much of that will continue, I don't know. But the responsible thing from our standpoint was to watch and wait, because it's our job to make sure we don't make a mistake on inflation.
Well, that was my question. Do you imagine that is going to change, where the cost of tariffs will be more deeply embedded and passed on to the consumer? What do you foresee as?
So our forecast, and I think almost all the forecasts are for there to be a one-time pass-through, which will go through the end of this year, well into next year, and that by the end of next year, the one-time increase from the tariffs will be done, and you'll be back to the non-tariff related inflation, which should be much closer to our 2% goal. That's almost everyone's base case. It's actually our job to make sure that that's the outcome, though. So we can't be in a situation where we're just going to assume that. We can't leave that part of the goal unguarded. And so that's why we've been careful about cutting. We didn't want to cut too early. I mentioned in my remarks, if we cut too early, we may find out in a year that inflation actually wasn't under control and it's back up to 3.5% or 4%. No one thinks this is the base case, but that's the risk of cutting too early or too much. Of course, the risk of cutting too late, as I mentioned, is that we unnecessarily, the labor market weakens unnecessarily. There's no risk-free path, and it's a very difficult policy environment when your two goals are telling you two different things. You've got to make a compromise, and we really, again, haven't been in that situation for many, many years. It does happen, but it's happened now, and we'll manage our way through it. But we sort of have to look at both of them as equal. We can't just say we're going to do this one and not that one, unless this one is clearly a greater risk. And now they're coming into closer balance, I would say. We do see meaningful weakness in the labor market now, very low job creation. The unemployment rate's still low, though, and the quits rate is low, and a lot of things suggest that the labor market has reached a kind of unusual stability of much lower demand and much lower supply for workers. It's a really unusual kind of a balance, if you want to call it that, but nonetheless, we think it's downside risk.
Well, if you could elaborate, what are some of the factors that are leading to depressed demand for labor?
So depressed demand for labor, based on
surveys
and talking to people who are doing hiring, a big chunk of it is that they're just unsure about what to do. Businesses, and I'd love to talk to people after this. Businesses don't want to do a lot of hiring. They may be postponing major CapEx, major initiatives, major acquisitions, and maybe they'll replace workers who retire, but they're not looking to grow. This isn't every company and every part of every company in the world. It's just an effect kind of at the margin. That's got to be part of it. I think that's the demand side. The supply side, of course, has a lot to do with immigration policy. So immigration was at a very high level for 2 or 3 years before this year, and now immigration has really gone close to zero, and immigration is not really contributing to the labor force growth now, whereas it's been most of what the labor force growth was, And now, so at the same time, you've got declining demand and also declining supply of workers, of new workers.
One of your passions is demystifying the Fed. You enjoy speaking about it, and those that are Fed watchers are wondering, will there in fact be 2 additional rate cuts before the end of the year? Of course, we're uncertain about that, if I understood your comments correctly. What does it mean to demystify the Fed, and what can each of us in this room do to be better Fed watchers for the benefit of our own businesses, if you will?
So not so many years ago, maybe 40 years ago, and for a long time before that, the main theory of central banking was to be mysterious and obscure. In fact, Montague Norman, who's a very famous former head of the Bank of England, but ending in the middle of World War II, famously said, never apologize, never explain. And he thought that monetary policy worked back, and everyone thought, it works best when no one understands. It's kind of mysterious.
Wow.
So starting
I just
maybe
got a
40
free
years
play.
ago, a bunch of economists, including Alan Blinder and a number of others, said, you know what, that's wrong, because if markets and the public understand the way you'll react to incoming data, then they'll kind of do your job for you. And so they argued for greater transparency. And people said, you know what, that makes sense. So central banks started being transparent. The Fed didn't even issue a post-Federal Open Market Committee announcement until 1994, and then did so as an experiment just to see what would happen. Now, so if you fast forward through, the 30 years since then, now we have a post-meeting statement, we have minutes, we have press conferences, every FOMC participant is on Squawk Box, we have a press release. So, and maybe some people say it's too much, it's excessive, but so that's the way it's evolved. So we try really hard to communicate with the interested public in a way that is useful and comprehensible and jargon-free. That's what we focus on, and that's all we're trying to do. So we don't use their, every profession has their jargon, and you kind of need it for internal conversations, but we try not to do that. So that's all we're trying to do. So a couple of thoughts about what, I wouldn't say, I can't make anyone a better Fed watcher, I don't think, but things I would want to tell people about the Fed. One is just this, that we're making decisions, our decisions are made under elevated levels of uncertainty, even in normal times. The economy is fundamentally, no one has been able to predict the economy more than for the next few months.
Look at that.
It's an unpredictable, it's this enormous entity, and it's just not that predictable. So we have to we take very much a risk management approach, and one of the risks we're managing is that we don't exactly understand what the current state of the economy is and where it's going to go. So we try to have policy that can cover the range of plausible outcomes, not just one outcome. So that's one thing. So we're never saying that we know the economy is going to do this or we know it's going to do that, because honestly, it just, famous statement is, financial forecasters are a humble lot with much to be humble about. So that's one thing I would say. Another is that you should, I just have to say this, whenever we make decisions, we're never ever thinking about political things. And so we're based in Washington, D.C., and many people, in Congress, and they're, often things are seen through a
There's
lens
no way.
of, is it good for this party or bad for this party?
They're attacking.
We're just not looking at things that way. We're looking at what's the best thing for the people that we serve in the medium term. What's the best policy? And many people don't believe us because they think, come on, you're really political. But the truth is, most of the people who are calling us political, it's just a cheap shot. And also, we don't engage. We don't. Our argument is doing our jobs. We don't get into back and forth with external people. We just do our jobs. We keep our head down and do our jobs. That's what we do. So those are two things I would offer about the Fed.
We have run out of time. We have come to the end of our program.
All right.
Wondering if there's anything additional that you'd like to share.
The trend all day has been down. The trends all day has been down.
To 2026.
Oh, I'm about to say what?
Plans for business and
He
things
didn't
on the
even say
horizon
goodbye.
that would help to, of course, create more jobs and more prosperity.
So I'll say one more thing that struck me just now about the Fed, and that is, remember, we have a really important job: maximum employment, price stability. We regulate and supervise the banks. We operate parts of the payment system, but those things are really about cyclical demand management and financial stability. The policies that really matter for the U.S. economy in the long run, things like investment, particularly investment in people, that's not something we can do. I think we get a disproportionate amount of attention compared to the things that really matter for the country, which are the things that Congress can do and the private sector can do, which are the things that will really matter for future generations, are not interest rate policy and the things that we do as important as we are. And beyond that, I'll just say this has been great, as always. I've enjoyed talking to so many people here today, and I love to get out and talk to people who are working in the real world, in the economy. There's nothing better than that. Most of my career was in the financial sector, and I constantly was out talking to people rather than sitting in my office looking at aggregate data on the economy. So this is a much more comfortable place to be.
You are headed back to D.C. later this afternoon.
Yes.
What does the rest of your day look like?
Get home. I won't get home until after dinner, so it looks like me working on the plane on the way back. So anyway, thank you so much. It's been great. Thank you.
Chair Jerome Powell, Chair of the Federal Reserve.
All right. And that was Jerome Powell. Bam, 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 bam. All right. So now, where's the market going to go? That's what I care about. All right. Let me see if I can find an economist. All right, there's also a bond auction at 1. Oh, that already happened. Okay, so the bond auction was somewhere in here too. I wonder what happened with that. All right, that put is gaining speed over there. That's good. All right, we still got a long day. All right, we're tanking. All right. There we go. We're breaking. I sold out of all my calls. I have nothing but puts right now. All right. BTC is falling. Mm. 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 We broke that. We're here. We broke that. We're attacking this same day. Same day. No, we're right there now. Wow. Wow. Dude, my puts are killing it right now. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Of course my other puts would have been nasty too. But you just don't know what's gonna happen with like Powell. But you know, I got some ones that and I got my money back on my calls too. Nice. 100%. I'm at 100% on those. It's 62% on that heavyweight. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. That's about to hit 100%. All right, so let's sell one. Then we're gonna sell. We're gonna sell 4 of these. All right. All right. So we made money. Well, with that one, that was only 100%. But right there, I sold 70% times 5. Times 4. I'm sorry. 75% times 5. So you know, we still got that going. This one expires tomorrow. I didn't want Theta to kill that one because right now Theta is going to hit a lot of these contracts. What time is it? 1:29. So we have to keep. We can't chop. Once we chop, those contracts are going to die if you're touching any zero dates. If we keep moving in a direction, in a clear direction, those contracts. Whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know what? I'm so happy I sold them where I sold them at. I'm not going to get greedy. That's crazy. All right, nice. All right, we're making money. All right, nice. We got money on, and we're just letting it hang. Waited all day for that. Facts. Yeah, been waiting to see lower. Should have held my short. Look, look at my chart on Discord. Oh my God. Yeah, man. Why, why didn't you hold the plays? You should have held the plays. Especially when we knew, we had so much confirmation. How much confirmation do you need? You got to strike, man. So where are we? This is yesterday. Where's open? This is open right here. This is open. We got chopped. We got chopped. We got chopped. We got chopped. Okay, we got chopped. But now we got a clear signal. Okay? Because we're waiting for data. We're waiting for Trump to talk. We're waiting for Trump to get finished talking. You know. But look, money was made right here. Money was still being made right here. If you're holding, you're in a positive, you making money, then boom. And we were waiting for the signals. This was the clear sign of money right here. That's when I sold a lot of positions. Let them hang. 12:45. Powell's talking. Whilst Powell's talking, the whole market is dropping. We're watching the whole thing. Like the trend is down. Although the long-term trend is up, this short-term trend is down. And that's what I learned to be learned as a day trader. You don't want to focus on too much on the long. You don't want to be a bull. You don't want to be a bear. You just want to trade the price. That's all we care about. We want to trade price. You told me that. Trade price. That's all we care about. We don't care about, we do care about up and down, but you're going to get enough, skill to where you're going to be able to see the market and see the market, and you're going to be able to make plays on it. All right, they moved up a little bit. Those are at 87%. I got a little bit more of a better price on that, but I mean, come on. All right, this is money in the bank right here. This one, those grabs. I like those grabs. I want to buy more grab options for like a month out. All right, I sold some of those. I still got some money hanging. I still got something for tomorrow. Should have held your short. You definitely should have held that thing. Are we still dropping? Yeah, we're teetering. Yeah, we're dropping. We're still dropping. Yeah, we're still going. Nice. We're still going. Look at the VIX. Oh, look at you, VIX. Wow. That was a double top. That was a double top back there. Remember? Let me see if I can find it. Right here. Or was it right there? Right here. Wow, let's go. Our puts are killing it. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, we're in the hundreds of percent right now. Yeah, we're in the hundreds of percent on all of our plays. I made a mistake and I sold a little bit of it too early. But let's another banger, baby. Oh my God. Another banger. Yep. Yep. Hundreds of percents. And I had some weight in them too. And that's the thing you want to do, you know? Yep. Yep. All right. So now, price. We have to keep our eye on price because of theta. So now, theta is always going to be your biggest enemy. But we're gonna see a time crunch. We're gonna see a time crunch if this price action isn't consistent. And the further out of your contracts you are, the more you're going to fill the contracts. Okay, well, I don't have to worry about that too much with these contracts that I have. Because I mean, it's like 200%, 350%. All right, that one's 300% now. Like shit like that. The one for tomorrow that I was going to swing for tomorrow, that one's over 100% right now. So, I mean, and we said that those 644s yesterday, they closed at 24. Oh, and those are what the ones I was heavy in. Yeah, but they're a little bit bigger today. They're a lot bigger. I got them for 8. They're at 29 right now. I had a nice little heavyweight nose. So it's stuff like that you like to look for. But you gotta be, you still gotta watch it. You gotta watch it like a mofo. You're only gonna get paid. So the way they do this, right? The way they do this is they'll let you make your money. They'll let you make your little itty bitty money. Okay. And dude, and that's why you have to trade SPY. Trust me. I put so much time, energy, money into the stock market to know there's other stuff to trade and everything. Maybe QQQ, maybe okay, all that stuff good and well. I'm saying, I guess what I am saying is maybe get into an ETF, trade that ETF, stick with that ETF. But I would rather trade SPY because there's so much info on SPY. Everything really affects SPY. It has a good mix of everything. And now we're writing this whole thing. Look at this. Look at this. Those 300% now 400%. That 250%. The heavyweights I got for 8. They're now 350%. The other one I have for tomorrow moved from 100% to 133% right now. It's just that easy, bro. It's just that easy, bro. People make it so hard, right? Now, okay, so what I was saying before, right? Okay, so this was the money play right here, right? So, they're going to let you make money. They're going to let you make money, back here, But then here go the test. It also depends on how much money you got. If you got a little bit of money, you have to have more conviction on your play. You got to have more conviction on your play. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. But that 8 cent about to turn into like $100 bill soon. That 8 cent about to turn into $100 bill. And I have multiples. Yep. It's more than halfway there. Well, it's halfway there right now. And you gotta look for plays. You gotta look for plays like that. This one right here, you see, and that's why you see. Oh my God, 500%, 400%. Look at this one. Yesterday I hit a 1200%, bro. I probably would have hit a 1200% today because remember the other contracts I bought. Well, I made crazy money on those contracts. I just sold out of them because I made crazy money and it's a data heavy day. We don't know which way we're going to go. So it was like, all right, I sold for profit, but yesterday I had multiple 1,000%ers, well, one of them got the 12, another one but it didn't end at 1,000. One hit 1,200, top ticked at like 1,300%, and then one other one hit 1,000%, and another one hit like 800%. They went down like a little bit more than that, but I learned how to hit like these big guys, bro. Like I learned how to. So you can have like $8. This is how you turn an $8 contract into a fucking $100 contract, single $100 contract. You give me $8. And I hand you back $100 bill. This is how you find those contracts. And I don't know who's gonna find this, but I just gave you $1 million game right there for free. The $1 million game right there for free. All right, so look, $1 million game. So look, we're gonna sell some of these. So it's not a about value. Can you find value in the market? And that's the important part. That's the important part. Can you find value? And I know how to find value. I've learned how to find value in the market. Now these contracts matter. They were cheap. They matter. Oh my God, why didn't I fucking top tick the bottom? I was about to buy 50 of them motherfuckers. Can you imagine if I would have bought 50? Oh, you see? You see? Ah, that was my protection. You see, I bought 50 of those on the on the top end. I didn't buy them on the bottom end because I'm playing the bottom end. Oh my God. Okay. So next time I'm going to be ready for that. Next time I'm going to be ready for that. That's going to be a money play. Yo, I'm going to fucking yo. Yo, I'm gonna hit my fucking so today I sold out of a 700% or 500. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And I have multiples of them. Okay. Cool. I did that. Okay. Easy. Now it's easy. You know, I've been studying this shit for years. I had this thesis for years. I probably shouldn't put it on YouTube because this is the money right here. I'm not going to make a video on it. You know, if you're cool enough to come to my channel and find this and even hear my whole spiel on how now I didn't even fully explain it, you know, so you're gonna have to do some cracking the code and everything. You're gonna have to, you know, be, you know, rather clever and everything. But I just gave you $1 million worth of game right there. $1 million worth of game. Like crazy. You know, I should and people don't teach this because when they finally figure it out, they know they can like make crazy money on it, you know? And wait, like this is why I'm like, bro, like years ago, I would have come to this conclusion like a long time ago if I would have, you know, just had time to really, you know, go through everything, you know? And oh man, I would have had time to just sit down and study. And that's what I've been doing, you know, for the past, you know, I guess like year or so, couple years. Um, you know, and then same thing with journaling, you know, writing a journal, having a trading journal is like massive, you know. So even a trading journal, you know, that's $1 million worth of game. I just gave you $2 million worth of game, you know, depending on your age. Oh my God. You know, because you have time to learn the concept, play the concept, see the concept, you know. There's a couple other outliers and a couple of the things that you have to do that you need up, you know, but these are all free services that you have on your fingertips, you know. If you just, you know, watch the stream a couple of times, you're going to see me do the same things, you know, every day because those are the things that you know, you got to do. So then you can figure out what's going on, you know. I got so much meat on the bone, you know, it's like you see, I can hold them through that 2 minute wick because it doesn't matter. You know, look at the downtrend. You know, we got 35 minutes on the 5 going down, but I'm up hundreds of percent. You know, you know, I still only got over at $8. It's like, okay, I got over at $8. I can't sell it for $60. Now it went down to $50. Okay, or like $55. It's like, okay, like I don't care. Like you went down more than what, like, you know, damn near for what I bought the contract for, you know. So when you start getting into contracts and things like that, when oh man, I'm in hundreds of percent in the positive. So now multiple, like I'm in the 300s or 400s, top end of 400s, like 480%. Now when the contract go up and down, it's going up and down more than what I bought the contract for. Or is it less? More. Because I bought it extremely cheap. I bought it for 8. Well, I guess technically I can get it for 8, and it's taken for like 9 or 10 or something. But this is like hundreds of percent. So it's it's $50, $60. Like, like and it's ticking for, it's going, plus $4, plus $5, plus $8, plus $9, and it gives me such an easy, what's the name? All right, we want to sell some stuff because there's no reason. All right, we're gonna sell. All right, we selling some stuff because one thing I did learn: just sell out. Just hurry up and sell out. Get it over with, because that bleed is going to bleed. That theta, remember I told you about theta? It took like 50, 60% right there from me. But when you win 100%, it don't matter. Plus you got some weight on it too. Weight as in multiple contracts. All right, bet. Money made, baby. Money made, baby. Top tick. So, I mean, you know, a perfect long off my levels. Well, I still have some long plays. I'm going to keep this one. If some magic were to happen with it, then it's going to happen, but probably not. Probably not. Of course, it's dead in the water, but I can get my money for him. I had some other plays that I got my money back for on calls, and that was huge. That was so cool. That was so cool of the market. But when that happened, that thing went up damn near 150%. I'm like, and I put a good amount of money in it. I bought 50 of the motherfuckers. So I was like, all right, in the beginning of the day, I was like, ugh. And then and then on one of the downticks, that thing ticked. I said, you know what? Let me get my money out this motherfucker. So that's what I did. I'm sorry, I bought 40, then I sold 16. And then I had 24 left. I was gonna go 50. Ah! I was gonna go 50. But I didn't go 50. I was, but I didn't. I was like, what the fuck is the difference? Like, I guess that is a bigger difference from 40 to 50, especially, that's extra 10. Like, that's a, good size. But, look, man, today was nice, bro. Today was nice. Now, usually you don't gotta wait this long. Usually you don't gotta wait this long to make money. Usually you make the money by I want to say uh by like 10:30. I want to say 10:30, 11 o'clock. That's when you make your money. Today, it was day to day. It was a heavy day to day on top of that. So it's like, we had to wait a little bit, to really make a nut. Well, no, you could have made a nut this morning. You could have made a nut this morning, actually, because I had contracts that I bought for 20, they were like $26, $29. And I sold them at like 50, like 51, 52, 53, something like that. It was the 664s, the 664. calls or puts? I think they were the 664 calls. I think. Freak. Well, I mean, like everything's on the video, everything's live. So I thought it was going to be something like that, But I did. Oh, it was the puts. It was the puts. It was the puts. It was the puts. Of course, you're going to make that much money on the puts today. You're not going to make that much money on the calls. But I do remember that play, and I sold those for 47%. If I would have waited later on for Powell, that thing would have been crazy. But you got to remember, when these days come, you got two things that happen. There's two waves. There's two plays that's going to happen that day. You're going to have all the early intraday stuff, and then you're going to have after the event. So like after Powell speak, during Powell speech, all that stuff. That event on. You have all your pre-market stuff and intraday stuff up into the event. Now, even leading up into the event, you're going to see volatility. Like the last 15 to 20 minutes leading up to him, we've seen a lot of volatility going into the market. It was down. People usually correlate volatility to the market dropping, but I mean, I guess technically it just means movement. So it can also go up to, volatility. But in this case, I'm using it in that way. So that's what I was trading earlier today. That's what the early trades were. Now you start getting to the gamble. The gamble now is because look, I start selling. Remember, I start selling when I sold out of my puts somewhere around here. And I was already 50-something% on top. Can you imagine if I would have hit this and then hit this? Can you imagine? I sold them out right here. I still had all this to go. But this was the event. This was all pre-market. This is all, pre-market, intraday trading, 9:30, here go 10 o'clock. This was Trump. You see, today we had Trump. We had double whammies. We had whammies. So I'm playing the win. I'm playing the market, but you gotta play the whammies too. You either gonna play or you not gonna play. And so, I played down. I made money off that move, but that wasn't the real move. This was Powell. Now, of course, all day, if you would have held something all day, you would have killed that shit. Same thing with yesterday, but you had to deal with Trump and Powell. You had to go through Trump and Powell in order to make this move. Yesterday, you just had to wake up, hit buy, walk away. That's all you had to do yesterday. Wake up, hit buy, walk away. Today, it was data driven. Huh. Well, I'm going to go back and listen to this portion anyway, and I'm going to write some notes and everything because I'm spitting some kind of hard facts, and I don't want to lose them. So with this data-driven day, that gave us room to pause. So you have the event, because now remember, sometimes Powell speaks at 10. That's going to be the same thing with Trump. With what happened to Trump, that's going to be straight up volatility up until 10. We're not going to get a clear direction up until 10. Usually that's what that means. So now if we're not going to get that clear direction, that's why you just got to wait. So you just got to wait, get your levels. Market open, did it gap up? Did it get down? Boom. What's our levels? Grab our levels. Where's our gap fill? Okay. What are we targeting? You know, I know you already know all this stuff, Wade. But this is more for my notes because I'm definitely going to want to go back and study what happened and everything in my moves. And that's one of the big things that I this was about. You know, I don't even care if like people come in here or not. It's just a journal, a really good way to have a journal, and now I can put it up on the internet. And if people are actually gold digging, you see, a lot of these content creators, a lot of these YouTube people, what they're doing, they're selling pickaxes and shovels. They got a nice, beautiful page. You know, they're real friendly because it's a store. You know, you gotta be friendly in the store, or people won't come to your store. You know, and the stock market is the gold rush. That's where we're getting our money from. That's where we know. That's where we know. Not everyone, but this is where we know you get the market, whether it's equities or futures. So a lot of these YouTube channels, they're selling shovels and pickaxes. Now you think that they're giving you the tools. If they were giving you the tools, they would let you work at the store. You know, they make you pay for it. They make you pay for everything. Do you know how long it is to watch a stock drop for an hour? That's a long time. Or go up for an hour and you just watch. You just watch the money leave for a whole hour. How much confirmation do you need? So 10:30 come up. He's posting plays at 10:38, 11 o'clock. It's not cool. It's not cool. You know, they're not teaching people how to make money. They keep talking about, you know, companies. It's like now some people they are shill. They're there to talk about a certain amount of companies, promote that company because they bought into that company early, make money off. Nothing wrong with that because you have equity in that. You know, you're not saying, "Hey, buy my course so I can teach you how to buy and hold," you know, stuff like that. Now, some people they might teach, go over some stuff, go over some strategies. That stuff is good. But there's some people, man, I see, and I'm just like, yo, you just leading these people astray, and it's not cool. It's not cool, like at all, you know. But that's why I wanted to make this, and I want to make this a trading floor. You know, we call out plays, talk about plays, jump in the Discord, um, you know, talk about what's going on, talk about, you know, what we see, get our insights, you know, and we bounce ideas from one another. You know, I don't want someone to, you know, you can come in, you know, you can just join the stream and do that. You can just join the stream and hear everything that's going on and stuff like that, rather than join the Discord and like not participate into what's going on. I would rather the Discord be open so then even people watching the stream, they can hear and they can hear what we're discussing, and the people that can't necessarily um get to work, talk because maybe they're at work or they're doing something else, but they can still hear the stream, and maybe they can only make plays, just whatever reason. I want to make this an environment to where you can come to the stream and you have a great probability in making money. Like I said, you should be able, as a trader, you should be able to make money every day of the week. And this is why I chose to only focus on SPY. And that's why that's why I want to only mainly trade SPY. Because now you could be an investor and you can have like a portfolio of 10 or 15 different stocks and everything, and you can start buying and selling out of your losers and winners, and do stuff like that and reposition after the fact and blah blah, and do stuff like that. But I'm talking to day traders, day traders, swing traders, people that go into their account and they actively trade, even funded accounts. I don't know if they can really get the options or anything. Someone told me that they can, but that's an option too. That's also an option, So I want to say, that's the environment I want this to be. Today we hit some bangers. Yesterday we hit some bangers. Last Friday we hit some bangers. We made money all last week. And we're making money so far, these 2 days, this week. The notes are a big deal. The notes are such a big deal, where's the notepad? Here we go. Okay, so let's enter our info 667, because now we get to follow where the market. I don't like those numbers together like that, jumbled up like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. There we go. All right, let's get this out here. We don't know our low of the day. Right now, our low of the day is 66204. We could go lower. We could go lower. I was thinking 660s actually. We could go lower. But we're not going to enter that, because why? When we can actually go beneath that. We open at 666, 73, 73. Close, no close yet. Watch contracts. Yeah, these were crazy. These were crazy. What are these 664s looking like right now? You see, they hit theta. The theta hit them, so we're not going to get like really true price on them. And that's another thing too, wait, that I want to talk to you about. What did I say? These money. Oh my God. Oh, that was well over 100%. I would have hit damn near I would have hit 250%, 229, something like that. These things are at 131 right now. Oh my God, I killed them. You see, I sold them. I got them for but I got them for like $26. I got one for 26, then I got another one for 29. And then I bought 7 more at like 30, or like 8, 9 more at like 30 or something. And then I sold some at 53, and I bought some back at 46. So, that put right there is a good thing right there, a good play. But once you get direction, you can do stuff like that, but that's why you want to take notes, because these notes matter. And the only reason why I told you about those levels, remember the 644.50, the 665.50, the 655 and 65. Those levels matter. And I keep these up so we can always just go back to these levels. We want to go back to these levels right here. Boom! Look at this. You see the low of yesterday, and look. Remember earlier I brought this number up of yesterday. Look, yesterday our run up. Look. Bro, bro, this shit is fucking crazy, bro. You gotta dude, the journal is your own personal cheat code. Like, your own fucking personal cheat code. Like, it's so crazy. It's so fucking crazy. If you don't, and if someone didn't watch this whole video up until, this point, even, I don't know how much more I'm gonna give, but that's when I stop it, that's gonna be it. But it's like levels like that, you gotta pay attention to it. You gotta pay attention to it. And you gotta take notes. The other day, what are we looking at? This was quad witching. This was Friday. Friday, I think I made the money real early. It was like 10 o'clock or something, 10:30. It was real early. It was One Direction. Boom, made money. Over here, you still want to write down, quad witching day. That was big. Fed speaker now this was 9:22. Nothing burger. Then yesterday, then I started writing the notes down. Then I added more notes, so I just kept that up there, and I just added them on. And then over here, then that's when I just pasted, copy paste everything. Then I added on Costco earnings on Thursday, and we also have Micron. Micron is now it's stuff like that now. Like Micron, I think that's Thursday or Friday after markets. Costco is Thursday after markets. Stuff like that matters too, but I don't swing many contracts overnight. I was going to swing that one contract overnight, but it's damn, I'm up hundreds of percent. Anything can happen. This supply can go up. Now I'm negative, So you gotta make you gotta make really good decisions like that all the time, because you're going to be up, and give me one moment. I got a phone call. One second. One second. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah, man. I forgot where I was. I was here on this page. I was looking at the 644s. Okay, we were talking about the 644s and how they went up and everything. Oh yeah, and how fast things can drop and in your price. So it was yeah, 50% is nothing compared to the 500% that I was just taking that I just seen, the 500%, the 400%, but at that time, I want to trade correctly. I used to get slaughtered all the time because I'm always looking for like that big nut. I'm always looking for okay. All because I hit the 500% and everything in 1,000. Don't do that. That's just something that just happens. Like you're supposed to hit those anyway. But the thing is, you know, I was trading correctly. You know, like you don't want some crazy drawdowns. You don't want a winning trade to turn into a losing trade. You get in a winning trade, you hit these crazy numbers, you're taking screenshots, you send in all this. By the time you didn't take this screenshot and you send it that motherfucker, that thing done dropped. Today was something else. Today was like momentum and everything, and I'm like so high into the percent, so it was like it didn't matter. But then even then, I sold a lot of those contracts off at the highest percent. So, you gotta trade correctly. You gotta trade correctly. Um, Uh, so you're saying perfect long off my levels. Okay. So the thing about worrying about the other side of the trade is you don't know when that other side of the trade is going to happen. And you don't know how it's going to happen. Yeah, I put my levels out there. I have my levels out there, but I don't know exactly. So like whether it's 60% or 400%, what is the market doing? Where's the market going? On the 400%, that was the big breakout play. Now you even got decisions then. Your decisions are how am I going to, you wanted to run more, but now, you want to get your principal back. You got to pay yourself for the play. Pat yourself on the back for making that good play. Pay yourself. You know, that's why, I like to trade the way that I do because, you got to pay yourself. Sometimes you might have one, so you might have two, you know, but you just don't want to sit there and watch that. And I don't mind selling on the top tick because that top tick can just only be the top tick. And now that 400% turned into a 90%. 90% ain't bad. 90% is not bad. But 90% ain't 400%. Not 375. Or maybe even 300. You lost 3 times your money. Yeah. You made 90% of your money right there. But you could have paid yourself at 4 or 5 times your money. Stop playing with your money. So I've learned how to find the valued contracts. That's really, really cool. I figured that out. Well, look, I gotta go out. I'm gonna go hang out with my mother today. My trading day is over. I am swinging a few contracts right now, some grab options. I can't talk. Oh my god, I'm fucking out of here. Have a good day.